1, 0.
Welcome, guys, to a monthly Crazyhouse arena, and this will be 5+0 as usual on the Tuesday tournaments, even in the dailies as well. But 5+0 is the time control for this, and it will be 4 hours, which I probably will be able to play all. And looking forward to this after last stream. A lot of bullets, now a bit slower paced, which will probably be a nice change. And first up we have Ahatokia, subscriber to the channel. Let's go knight a5 because he will probably sack on e6 anyway. Now d5 does not win the piece back, and it prevents the bishop from being placed on one of these squares. But okay, the knight is very awkward on a5. So okay, that speaks for his position. Let's try to move back to e8. You probably play bishop at e6. If I move to e7, this knight gets in with the gain of tempo, and well, that's annoying. But I'm cramped in this position, that's for sure. So I'll try to put pressure on this bishop somehow. My king is stuck on e8 since it's already moved. Okay, I'll go bishop at c6, try to create some chances here, maybe with a knight on h3, and for example he might want to trade here. Okay, he does not. That's a smart move, I guess. Let's try knight takes d5. But I think bishop takes e6. Well, then my attacking chances are slightly dim, I could ask. But yeah, I'll have to go for this. And hope for the best, I guess. But I think it's Ahatokia here who has the best chances of winning this. Let's see if we have some miraculous defense here. Let's try bishop at d5, cover f7 a bit. Alright, I'll take and take again. And the bishop stays on d5, covering f7, but also maybe we'll get something here. He's putting all his pieces on the board. And now you see the bishop is still defending here. Okay, he wants here, probably. Hi, Mixu Chess. Yeah, I'm just in a lot of trouble. Let's try to swindle him somehow. Maybe he'll cave under the time pressure. Knight at b8, very strong move. Yeah, he's finding the mate. Knight at b8, very strong. Covering the retreat here. Ah yes, I did not update, you're right. I'll do that. Yeah, you are VIP, yeah. Makes you chess. Indeed. And welcome Kersboom and Balle as well. Alright, Takia starting sharp at this tournament. Good game. And now we have Aleatorius. I think the info should be updated by now. Yeah. I believe it's correct now. Okay. Let's go bishop g5. Usual stuff here. Queen e1. Oh, well, I forgot to take on f6 in between. I'm not starting sharp, guys, but we'll make do, hopefully. And we'll see, we'll try to fight this game. Could try to sacrifice here, or could try pawn at g5 as well, yeah. Okay, but now I'll play e5 first and then maybe take back. Or if knight e4, maybe knight at h5. Okay, he plays knight at h5. Take here, bishop at e3. Strong idea. So let's go knight at g4, cover e3. If he takes on g3, I can just take back. And now there is no bishop coming at e3. And this knight is also looking at f6 maybe later on. Let's go queen f4. If queen f3, knight at g5, covered f7 and attack my queen. Okay, he just missed the mating threat there. That's lucky, because I just gave away a piece for basically nothing there in the opening. But that's the great thing about Crazyhouse. You get some pieces back, and then even being pieces down, you get a good chance of creating problems for your opponent. Alright, Permothedron up next. Let's play, I was gonna play queen h5, but he starts with queen a7. Maybe he wants queen c5, don't know, or he's just really scared of the sacrifice on f7, but now you've blocked your bishop, and now I'm coming at f7 anyway, so queen e7 is actually not helping to defend there. But alright, he sacrificed his queen for 2 pieces. And well, knight c6 gives some development. Queen c4 then. Eyeing at e6, maybe pawn at f5 if he allows it. He could try knight e5 to undermine. Knight at e5, let's see if this is good enough. I feel like it should be. Queen takes e6, king takes e6. pawn at d5. Let's go for it. Looks strong. Probably it's not forced mate, but I'll win pieces back, and my queen is threatening on e6, and these squares are still safe for a knight to jump in, so I'm safe at home. Yeah, and well, taking here, harassing this knight, lots of possibilities here. Bishop g5, for example. So probably he should harass my queen. Otherwise, it's just a free attack for me, I think. So I guess bishop at f7 maybe, or bishop at g4. Bishop at c8, basically put the bishop on the board. Okay, bishop at c8 he goes for. Maybe allowing pawn at d7 is not the best idea. Maybe bishop at f7 was slightly better, but probably he was scared for taking on b7. Okay, but bishop at f7 still possible here. He doesn't play it. Alright, then I'll go bishop at h3. The idea is if he doesn't attack my queen that I have knight at f7. Okay, he covers. Knight at f7, take, queen takes d7. Or otherwise take the knight afterwards. So pawn at f7, good move. I'll retreat then. Look here, and then maybe try to arrest these knights after this. He could try to counter with bishop at c4 probably. Okay, he goes knight c5. Good idea probably. Queen d5. And he's getting some free moves on my queen now, so he should be able to take over the initiative here. Pawn at b4, for example, or even bishop at b4, also a strong idea. And these knights are actually very nice. Since I don't have any pawns, pawn at d4 would be strong for me, but not possible yet. Okay, pawn d3. Yeah, let's get out of danger. He can play pawn at g4 if he wants to. Okay, he is trying to go at my rook. Good thing this knight is doing a very good job of covering important squares. So maybe knight takes e4 to lure away this knight, and then pawn d2. Okay, he takes the rook. He's not building up the tension. He's giving me easy moves, and probably he's still better, but queen takes f1 is just, I don't have to think about that. And probably he's better off trying to complicate matters for me, defensively speaking. Right, let's go f4. Make some room for the queen to defend, and the rest is important knight away. And now we try to get in on the light squares. Bishop takes d7. He could try to counter with pawn at d4. Something like this maybe. And then pawn at f2. That's an idea. Probably pawn d4, just bishop f2. Seems not allowed that this knight can be taken now. It's done its defensive job, and this no longer that important. Okay, we'll take d7 first, then d5 back. Now a new bishop can come to h3. The reason why I'm putting it on h3 is that maybe later on it can be important defending. Probably it doesn't matter if you put it on g4 or h3, but it just feels safe. Oh, that's a slip, meant to go on b5. Okay, yeah, winning the queen back, that's helpful. Let's go bishop d4, maybe bishop takes g7. Pawn at g7 is coming. Okay, now we have him, I feel like, but time is critical. Ooh. Ooh, he should have checked me. He didn't check me. Just in time there. Yeah, he should have tried to flag me there. But lucked out there. Okay, Atakia, Nokia breaker. A lot of players still on 100% victory. T and Summer, also a strong player we have seen in recent tournaments, if you may recall. Alright, Nesna Comets. Going for the bishop e7 line. Basically, if white doesn't sacrifice and you can get away with the bishop e7 and castling, then you're usually okay. But now he's trying to block off my bishop as well as create maybe some attacking chances of his own. Okay, let's go d6, probably bishop here. Okay, he's going defensive. Then I'll have time for king g8. Just develop, maybe go knight g4 or d5. Both are reasonable options. I think I like knight g4 better. Try to pressure e3 and f2. Knight takes f2 and then maybe bishop takes e3. And then a bishop on this diagonal. Since I take the bishop on f2, I'll have a bishop in hand to use. Okay, so he's dealing with the threat. Then we'll just go d5. Try to deal with this pawn chain. And if we trade a pawn, then I could put pawn on d4 and pressure e3 even more. And I've also opened up the bishop to come to c5 maybe. And when I put it on g5, he can just trade it if he wants to. Okay. h3 forcing me to trade, but also giving me g3. So not... I think it's okay for me that I had to trade this knight here. This knight removed from d1, so e3 is now under attack. I'm just going to pile up on e3. Maybe he can play knight g4. Probably if knight g4 I'll take here. And he takes with the knight and then d4. Okay, now d4 anyway, making use of the spin. Hi fast exp, welcome. Yeah, knight g4, there we have it. Okay, let's go. He can take on h6, but there's not really a follow-up there, I believe. So, okay, allowing this on f2, that's dangerous. Losing a rook. Taking with a knight, okay, allowing rook at f1. And also allowing this discover check. e2, winning the queen. Hi Turtle Krampus, welcome as well. Yeah, and this is tough for white. He should block with pawn at f2 probably, but then I take his queen and go knight at e2. Yeah, knight e2 seems winning on the spots. King here or king there, then queen at g1, and if king f1, queen at g1 and knight d4. This bishop is covering these squares, and the knight covers f3. Alright, Turkey again. Time for revenge of our first game where he got me. Where to put the queen? Let's go d6. Lots of options there, I believe. Don't know which one theoretically is the strongest, but let's try to immediately dislodge his position. Okay, I gave him the option of sacking on f7. Oh, fast X, but I did not consider that at all. It's probably a good idea to do that. I'll look into that. Let's go knight c6. Let's see if it's easy to do. Probably not. I'll look into this after the game. First, let's focus on this one. Putting a knight on e5 here, and as well, it's covering a lot of important squares. What do you mean by that? An entire sleeve? You mean in like a 90 plus 30 time controls? Because then, yeah, I think it would be very different. Because basically it's when you're playing on well, let me just first try to calculate this line I'm thinking about. Knight takes d2, knight f3. Yeah, looks very good. Let's go for it. Knight f3, double check, and then pawn at e2. But basically it's a lot of calculation involved in Crazyhouse, a lot more than in regular chess, because there's just more possibilities. And when you play a longer time control, it's less about the intuition and more about pure calculation, I think. Let's see. Knight g6 should mate. Yeah, knight g6, force the king to f3, and then queen g4. The language setting is here language English. There we go. Okay, thanks for pointing that out, guys. They say that older chess players are not as good at long time controls as the younger ones because it's too tiring. Well, that's something to consider. But then again, when I play um, older players at Blitz, they don't tend to like that either. Maybe their rapid is their time control. And with older players, I assume you mean like 50, 60 plus or something like that. But yeah, it would be very interesting to test that, probably to see how a 90 plus 30 Crazyhouse game would go. But I think Crazyhouse is not big enough to get into those kind of games. And people are just playing for fun. Alright, could have massive trades here. Bishops like this, and then knight e5 maybe. I think it favors me. Because next maybe I can play knight at h6, bring the bishop here. Yeah, let's go for that. Because usually you can push this bishop away with the knight on f5, but now the bishop is on f5, so stopping pawn at g7 is not so easy. Knight at h5 maybe, but then I can play rook at f8, winning the queen, so he has to watch out here. Maybe, yeah, maybe, I don't know actually. I was going to suggest rook at g6, but then that's not possible as well. I can just take that. Pawn at g7 is a decent response if you had a pawn, yeah. In this situation, probably he can get away with that. Pawn at g7 I would take, he would take, I would take this knight and knight at h5, and then probably he would just survive because he has the threat of mating me on h1 in between, so I have to deal with that. But making use of the fact that he didn't have a pawn there. Let's see if we're safe at home. Yeah, I believe so. So let's go pawn at d7. Basically winning the bishop, since taking on d7, as I just explained with the arrows, is not advisable. Putting a bishop here for defense. Okay, let's not spend too much time here. Let's go bishop at c6, try to weaken the back rank. Yeah, the point for Firehawk is that he has a lot of pieces, also in hand, but also on board. So he's not yet lost, I think. But he has to find the line between defending, or does he counterattack? For example, if he counterattacked, allowing me to take the rook, that would have been bad, I think. Let's see. I think take the pawn. It does allow maybe pawn at e3. Just saw Carlsen about to break his own peak ELO record. Yeah, noticed that as well. But when will Carlsen start playing Crazyhouse? That's a far more important question. Let's see, pawn at d7 to go queen at e8 maybe. Yeah, let's go for that. Also time is coming in as a factor here, so I have to force the issue maybe. The queen on e8 also looks at f7, so if he runs take f7, king h8, queen back, some knight f7 ideas. Maybe not entirely sure. Okay, let's go. Don't know if this works, but we'll see. The idea is that he has to block now with a piece. I can take it and then go bishop takes f7. He could maybe go king e7, rook at d7, king f6. But it feels, no, that doesn't work. So he has to block. Or can he go king g7? Wow. King g7, rook at g8. No, then I have to go rook g8. Okay, we'll see what happens. At least he needs a lot of time here. Let's see. Okay, king e7 is made in a few moves, so let's focus on... Okay, he blocks. I was going to focus on the other one. Let's take here. Let's see. I don't see the mate. Probably he is defended here. Pawn at e3, I guess. He's thinking about that. Knight e7 probably does not work. Maybe knight d7, king e7 should be fine. But we'll see how he deals with this. And he takes, then I can maybe squeeze in this one. Little time though. No, he's going to get me. Pre-move failed. Took too much time there. I suspect all Super GMs would crush it. Crazy. Yeah, probably. I've seen Fajela Graf play some and Hikaru as well. But I guess if they learn some opening theory, they probably would be very strong indeed. Alright, LA C pleases. I'm going to win this bishop here, but yeah, Hikaru has some streams up, an entire sleep there. They should be on YouTube. If you want to check them out, I'm certain he will have posted them on YouTube, some of them. And of course, yeah, of course, Jesse Sarewans plays Crazyhouse as well. So enough GMs picking up the game. Okay, let's just take. Now maybe he'll try to arrest my knight. No, okay, he does not. Then we'll just have take this pawn. Pawn at f5, just move back. Let's see. Queen b4. Bit greedy maybe. Or just pawn at g4. Yeah, let's go pawn at g4. Knight d5 and then maybe pawn at f3 or pawn at e3. Just try to get in quickly as possible. Okay, he's trying to counter. If I take here, my queen is a bit exposed, so I don't really like that. So I'm gonna pin the knight. And pawn at f7, I'll just sidestep and take back here, I guess, because this knight is very annoying. So I'm just gonna pin it, and if he plays pawn at e3, probably I'll take it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, promotes the queen. It does allow queen f6 in between. Let's go queen f6 in between. So if I take in here, maybe knight at f7 is annoying. And now we'll probably bait him into playing knight at f5, covering his knight. And then I'll take back. Oh wow, okay. He doesn't care about his knight. Let's see, he takes knight at f7, king e7. Seems fine. Since I have this threat of pawn at f2 and then stuff at a knight on e3, for example. And if the king runs here, I have this battery on the b2 square, so the king can't really run to c1. Maybe he'll try a knight at e4 to defend all the important squares. Okay, he's just gonna sacrifice his queen. Let's see, take. Still safe. I still safe on e7. I feel like. Let's not go to c7 now. Bishop at d8 would have been annoying. Okay, this is fine. Bishop here, alright. Now I have this square on c7. There are no threats anymore. This bishop is guarding important squares. So yeah, this seems safe. And I have mating threats all over the place. Queen at c1. He can't block with a piece in hand. So bishop at d1. Bishop d1 is forced. And then I can just take, of course. All right. Already lost 2 games, so not the best start, but still okay. I'm in the top 5. It's very close, and it's looking all right. T and Summer off to a very good start. He's a bit underrated, I feel like. I think he should be 100 points higher. Takia had a very good start, but now not getting on a streak. And we play the number 4. Cross online. Going for e6. Let's go bishop e5. The idea is that he goes c6. And that these pawns are a bit awkward. So usually you should go for e5. Okay, he's going all in. Probably pawn at g4 is a good move. Okay, he goes pawn at h4. Okay, let's go knight at d6, disrupt. And bishop at g5. Pawn here I'll just take, I think. Yes. Okay, that's just a free rook. And pawn at e7 still on. Yeah, I feel the pairing system is much better here at Lichess than at chessboard.com, says Gnesh. Yeah, that's I think that's true. At least I don't know how it's at the lower levels. I sometimes see complaints about people who are getting top guys all the time, but I think if you are in the top, you always get an opponent from the top 10 if they are free. And I think that's good to keep the pack close together. Gets more exciting. And on chess.com, at least the tournaments I played, I feel like you are getting it's more about who beats people faster, and not so much about battles between the top players. Okay, let's go knight h4. If he wants to sack, I'll have a free queen there basically. Okay, now I'll trade on f3. Oh wow, can he do this? I think if I go knight at h3 and pawn at g2, even if he moves to f1, pawn at g2 and just promotes, seems very strong for me. I'll promote to queen, and if he takes my queen, then it will become a pawn, as you can see. Alright, and now the follow-up. Let's go queen here at e3 and knight e2. I need to bring these knights in somehow. Yeah, so even there is Caruana playing, yeah. Yeah, indeed, an entire sleeve. Some top GMs like the concept of Crazyhouse. Let's see. Let's try to bring in an extra queen. He can sack here if he wants to. I want if he does not harass me, the plan is to go queen f2 and knight d4, and then I'll have a great attack on d2. So yeah, that would be the plan. Okay, He's allowing it. He could try knight at g5, but I can just go king h8. He only has one knight. And even now I can go back. Okay, I'll take. Let's go knight at d4. And here we go. Queen b3, blocker, and then c2 is available. Okay, so nice game there. T and Summer still on a very strong streak. Chuck also only one loss. Hi Ominous, welcome. Hey Clearcast, I just beat Firehawk with 0.7 left on my clock. Yeah, congrats on that one. PKR, good job. Very strong player, Firehawk. Also a very good Bughouse player, if I'm not mistaken. H3 is a bit too slow. Just bishop g2. Because now knight b4 is, I think, valuable. Yeah. And now we have to go a bit crazy, I think. Let's go e4. h3 is just a bit lazy. Okay, let's go a3, harass this knight. Not take here, of course, because if I take, then knight at f3 is very annoying. So we get a bit of a Wild West game now, where I'm not giving in on the opening mistakes I've made, and just trying to. Have I tried to use the number bind for piece drops? Yeah, I've tried it. Yeah, ominous means that I can use. If you are looking at my cursor right now, you see that the pieces are coming. That's a new feature. It arrived, well, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. And I'm not using it just yet, but probably I should, because it's very maybe I can get used to it. It could be useful in time scrambles maybe. Okay, let's see, queen a5. Queen d7. I was going to go queen a5 maybe, but let's just go queen b3 back. The point is that it could be helpful, instead of just dragging the knight like this, you can go hold the 2 key and then I can drop a knight on e5, which basically should be a bit quicker if you are good with the keyboard. Alright, pawn at e2. Queen takes b7, he takes, and then go bishop at c6. So let's go bishop g2. Leave this here for the moment. Probably he has to develop this bishop now. Then maybe I'll go knight at e5. It's very tricky because d4 is hanging. Okay, he does not develop this bishop. That's good news, probably. Let's just cover d4 then. I might have some idea of going knight at e5. He moves his queen, and then I can take here. And if it opens up, then maybe I'll get the queen to f7. That's something I'm trying to work out. So I guess bishop d6 is a good move, preventing knight at e5. Okay, there we have it. And maybe I should attend this mess here. Let's go rook c1. Knight at c2 now is a little bit less forceful. Knight at g5, I think. Yeah, let's go knight at g5. I have to be really careful when trying to clean up this e4 pawn, because knight at c2 and a rook on d1 can be really annoying. So I think getting a gaming mouse, yeah, and use macros is possible now too. Oh yeah, that could be possible indeed, Ominous. To get even more speed going. Okay, he's covering e4. It's tough here. Let's see. Let's go g4. Knight e2 suggestion could have been better maybe. It could be you could be right, fast X. That suggesting moves is maybe you indeed. I did not see it though, so no harm, no foul, I guess. But maybe indeed try to suggest a move afterwards, after I've played something else. Okay, let's just go for this. Queen takes, take, knight at g2, king d2, and this knight is covering. So okay, this is looking fine. And the H file has now opened up, so this is turned out to be good. Knight at g2 comes anyway. King d2, I think. Yeah, I have to go king d2. Okay, he's taking here. Wow. He wants to go knight f1. I'll take the queen. Alright, bishop at f4. has to be prevented, I feel like. But then again, I could also try to save this bishop. Okay, let's go knight takes h7. Let's leave this bishop here for now. And just try to fall on attack. This bishop is guarding important squares. If he puts the bishop here, I'll just block. He's covering g5 now, so he could just be safe if he wants to. Bishop e4. Take the rook. Let's see, knight at f1, d2. Tricky, but we'll see how that goes. I think I can run to a2, d2, and run. And pawn g6 is tough. Okay, he pre-moved there. Just in time. Good game though. Well defended in the end there. Yeah, but I guess indeed knight e2 probably was a nice move as well. I did not see that concept. Covering the rook and unpinning some of clearing out some of the pawns around my own king. Alright, Kafune. Yeah, I'm not on delay, I think. Indeed, fast exp. Probably when maybe there will be some slower time controls. Crazyhouse where when I'm commenting, then maybe then probably I will do delay, because that seems like a good thing to do delay on. But when I'm playing myself, I don't mind people listening in. Actually, it's their choice if they want to. Okay, I've sacrificed a pawn here for development. Idea is to go knight b5 maybe, or just bishop c4 and knight d5. Sleipnir, I was looking at the madness of knight takes c4. It ends in queen at e2. Probably, yeah, I don't recall the position right. Okay, now I think knight d5. Yeah, let's go knight d5. Looking at c7, of course, but also getting an attack on the queen. H takes g, just rook g1. Same, and now the same threats apply. So yeah, probably queen takes d5 should be played here. This can't be good. He's getting the bishop, but yeah, this should not work. King up. Okay, even this. I think I can go rook at e8 and mate him. He can go king d7 if he wants to. And then I'll take the queen anyway. But I saw bishop a5 here. Maybe it's not mating just yet. Maybe I'm just a bit overconfident here. Let's see, pawn at c6. Pawn c6, knight takes. Don't know about that. Okay, but I'll have to go for it. Probably overstepped here, since I don't have any material left to put on the board. I was looking at bishop c5 before. Ah yeah, but then he blocked on b5 probably. Before. Now, let's see. Knight c4. Knight c4 seems good. Knight c4, I guess. At least I have some sort of draw here. Let's go queen f3, see how he blocks. With the rook, wow, okay. He has to move here. Okay, now rook at c5. Or just knight e3 back. Yeah, knight e3 back. Okay, very crazy game. Rook at c6 in the end, shoot mate. Okay, I overstepped there. Maybe just bishop c5 indeed and take some material. Firehawk commenting, I find I play worse when I play you watching your stream. Yeah, that just like I was saying, I don't mind if people watch. It's probably just a distraction, and in when you have to wait for me to suggest what I'm thinking, then it will cost you a lot of time as well. And maybe I'm just suggesting bad moves. Not on purpose, of course, but I'm not. Okay, well, I'm reasonable at Crazyhouse, but I don't have all the right moves in all the right places. And hopefully you got that you got that reference. Bit shaky here again. Yeah, knight at b6 indeed. I'll take king d8 and just run towards the bishop and hope for the best. Bishop at d6 though. Whoa, just bishop takes a6. Wow, I'm missing a lot this game. I could just resign this. Probably. But alright, we'll play a few moves, see how he does. Probably just knight somewhere, pawn at b7. Looks strong. Nowhere near mating him. Knight d6, okay. I think he found the mate. Let's see him execute it. Pawn here, knight here, bishop here. And if I went back, bishop at c7. Good game by Sauce Boss, punishing my weak opening there. Okay, let's try to string together a streak again. Barca 78. Come in with the c5, alright. c5 is not, you don't see it that often because you weaken the c7 square, but if you manage to get activity from it, then maybe it's justified. Queen g4. Yeah, queen g4. Probably bishop at g6. And then pawn at h5. I guess. Ominous asked if I have considered streaming puzzles. Not yet, but maybe I could do a puzzle stream one day if you guys would like that. I'm open for suggestions. Well, it's been a while since I've done puzzles Sleipnir, but I did some of them in the past, yeah. Sauce Boss commenting on the last game, yeah, indeed. Good game by him. Comments GG for me. Alright, T and Summer lost the game and is taking a break immediately. Tokia not catching up, so and Chuck. Alright. Yeah, it would be nice, Ominous, to organize some follower / subscriber challenge stream. Oh, this is sad. Single-handedly disconnected or something. So that's free 2 points. Probably, maybe I'll set that up this week somewhere. I'm also planning to play some regular chess tomorrow instead of Crazyhouse. Relatively speaking, I'm not that good at chess, but well, probably I could get some interesting games in. Okay, yeah, so basically what happened there, if you don't understand, my opponent was disconnected or something, and you see here you need to start moving between a certain period of time, otherwise you lose the game by forfeit. And even if you berserked, you only get 2 points then, because the berserk multiplier starts counting after 7 moves, I believe. So therefore I only got 2 points. Okay, c3, stopping bishop b4, as well as some knight takes d4, knight takes e5 ideas, which are possible in these positions. But it does mean you have to put your knight on d2 maybe, and it could be awkward since e4 square is unavailable. Let's move the bishop back, prepare f5 or f6. But I like f5, it's a bit more forcing the capture. And if you don't capture, then maybe f4 can come. So yeah, capture, probably pawn here or pawn here. It's going to be played, and then I put my bishop back, and then I have pawn in hand to use on g4, f4, e4, whatever I want. Okay, but he plays something else, which is actually probably, I think it's a good idea, because this is just what I want. Okay, if knight e7, bishop takes, should be fine, I think. Maybe you get bishop pawn at g5 in then. So good move, pawn at h5. Let's go knight h8. If he takes on the h7, I can just take back. Pawn at g7, I'll take it. Pawn at g6, I mean, I'll take it, and then I'll have a bishop on g6, and he'll have a knight in hand. Maybe he can go knight at g5. Yes. Let's see if I want to take. I could take twice, sacrifice my queen, but maybe a bit overreacting. Problem is knight takes e6 is annoying. So I'll take. And I'll take again. And let's go bishop at h5, try to arrest the queen. And also cover g6. And maybe it's a bit overreacting indeed, but I feel like I had to defend there. Hi Tech Rider 1, welcome. And I have some sort of compensation with the F file that maybe could be used later on. Because I was thinking about pawn at g3 and then pawn here, knight at g4 ideas. Thanks, meneer Koning. I'll need it behind the number 1. So yeah, this is annoying, disrupting moves, because either capture leads to some sort of attack. I think if I go knight at g4, he will sacrifice his queen. Yes. Probably moving back with the king or up was a bad idea, so this is probably the best decision. But now he needs to try to create something here. Looking at rook takes f3 here. Maybe bishop takes f3 first. Yeah, let's go bishop takes f3 first. If I went rook takes f3, and then he could have taken, and then knight at f6 was on. Take queen here, and therefore the rook needs to protect f6. Did I watch Penguin versus Blitzbullet? No, I did not. It was at 3 AM or something like that, my time, so I was asleep and I haven't catched it yet. Was it a good series? Rook takes, knight at g4, king g2, or just king g1 actually. Penguin 1, okay, yeah. Penguin, another example, probably not a super GM, but another example of a very good chess player who is very good at Crazyhouse as well. Alright, let's see. Pawn at h3. Trying to create something here. If I had taken, he would just taken back, and then maybe would have repeated. Maybe he can go rook h1, and then if I take here, the rook comes open. Okay, queen h4. Just block with the queen. If he takes, I'll take his queen. He's defending very well, T-Was, so far. And if he managed to defend towards the end, then he should just be better. Okay, now that he's 6. Take the rook. But I think that's helping me, so I'll take here. Because now taking there was possible. And he has no entry points, I think. This bishop is covering g6, the rook is covering these squares. So for example, if he had another rook, maybe rook at h6 takes, rook at g7, and then pawn at f6 is something. But if he goes for it now, rook at h6 takes, queen at g7, then probably should not work. Okay, I'll take this. See what his idea is. I wants to take on g4. But I'll just take that back. He's very low on time, so I just should not worry too much here. Let's just take this one. Yeah, D's gonna flag. Right, Raycastrov. Going for d4. Let's go e6 and bishop b4. Okay, let's not castle just yet. Try to exploit something here. Yeah, knight takes f2 seems very strong. Yeah, king g2 can't be good because now this is oh, the pin is on. So if you take here, I can just take back with the queen. This is Crazyhouse Tech Rider. Let's see if this works. If you want to know more about the rules of this game, you can check that link. And be on the top of, or I think somewhere below in that article, there's also some more links if you are interested in starting to play Crazyhouse. Hey, okay, and hey, Joanna. Welcome. Yeah, okay also has a very nice block indeed, where he has very useful stuff. I think even I have a command leading to his block, trying to open up the H file here. Okay, he's stopping it, but now queen at f2. Yeah, if you type explanation, I'll do it myself. Here you go. If you look at this site, there will be a lot of Crazyhouse stuff as well. Okay, going bishop at f6, kind of provoking g5. But then the queen is blocked off, and then I can just go bishop back maybe. Or take the knight and go knight at f5. Lots of ideas. Yeah, let's go with this one. Something like this. For example, let's go bishop at e1 if he wants to trade queens. And I can take here. He takes my queen, take on f3. King can't move to g1, so it has to move to h3, and then pawn at g4 is made. Yeah, it's a great block indeed, Joanna. Okay, so he realizes that will be too much. Now h4 seems good. Yeah, let's go h4. Let's see how to take. Take with the queen, trade queens. Queen at h5. Let's not try to get flagged here. Queen at c8 is annoying. Yes, he finds it. Queen at c8, good move. This should be fine. Queen here, and knight at f4, mates. Just in time there. Okay, happy to take that game against Rekastrov. Yeah, I was preparing a knight drop on f4 indeed. Okay, with the bishop on f2 covering g3, and he fell for it. Was indeed a nice mate. Yeah, I liked h5 there, opening up the h file and a lot of attacking chances. And he just missed that in the opening. He could not go to g2 there with his king. Alright, so we're close to T and Summer, closing in, who had a very good streak, but just start disconnected probably. Oh, he's still online. Maybe he'll rejoin once I'm getting too close. Alright, Mace 100. Going h6 early, not allowing any knight g5 business. Let's go h3. If he castles, I'll take on h6. And if he takes back, then pawn d5. basically wins the piece back, and then now he has to take care of this. Let's go e4. If he goes pawn at g7 to cover up his king there, then I can try to attack on f6 maybe. And let's go for f6 now. Takes is possible. He could harass my knight as well, but then I'll just go for the rook, I think. Ooh, that's a miss, I think. He missed the queens. Queen was off. Should have taken with the queen probably. Because now rook at h8 is a mate threat, so you can't take on f3. Okay, he's missing this, I think. Bishop comes in on f6. And if he moved up with the king, then queen at g7. When I watch, whenever I start watching you, I always end up wanting to cancel my plans. That's a nice compliment, Aminus. But good luck in your tennis match. Enjoy. And you should exercise. So also, it's good for you to exercise as well. So have fun. Alright, Yahel R. Let's play something else then, g3, g2 now. Let's go e4. Okay, bishop e2. Oh, he pre-moved that, I think. Bishop takes e2. I guess you could do that, but I could have played queen d3, maybe, to trap him. Oh, wait. Let's not pre-move. e5. Looks interesting. Yeah, let's go e5. Maybe we'll get a queen trade. But I feel like it favors me. Queen at c8, forcing queen at d8. Then I'll trade. Dislocate his king. Now I could take on e7, but I could also go pawn at f6. Yeah, let's go pawn at f6. Then it seems like it's covered 3 times, but there's this pin on the knight. So if you take, I'll take back. I can just take with the bishop, and then I'll have this nice fork. But okay, he still has this bishop defending as well. So he has some defense. Okay, watch out for rook takes g2, of course. Rook takes d7 looks very tempting though. And very forcing as well. If he takes with the knight, then knight at d5 surely is winning. I think. Yeah, that should be winning. With a pawn on e7 if he moves back, and a queen on the back rank. So I should try to see what he does against this. Pawn at c6 maybe. Yeah, alright, let's go for this. Okay, he takes with the knight, so we won't get to see what happened after king takes d7. Okay, of course you can go to e8. Now I get a pawn. It's important that I put a pawn first. Because then I can promote here. And now let's get the bishop in. Yeah, let's get the bishop in. And then he has to move to e8. He has to block. I'll take the blocker. And he has a lot of material in hand, but I'm in a very commanding position here. knight takes e7 maybe, and bishop d6 ideas. So he just has to be really careful here. Knight takes f8 is of course possible. Then I'll go bishop at e7. And the rook is covering g2 as well. That could be important later on. Okay, now we get a knight for f6. But basically, I have all the knights in hands, and the only threats at my position would be knight at f3 or knight at h3, trying to open up my king somehow. But he doesn't have any chances of doing so. Bishop at e7, forcing the king back. Now I'll take this bishop, and he can't do anything against the mate. Alright, so we're in first place after those 2 wins. And we have 2.5 hours to go. And we have deadpan. Okay. What to do? Let's go e6. Thanks for the follow, Hand Black. Bishop g5. Okay, bishop e7. So e5, then I can just move the knight away. To either of these squares. So you have to go knight here, or bishop d3. At least do something about this pawn. Yes, he does. Now we'll go d5. e5, yes. And if he tries to harass my queen again with the bishop, then I can go queen b4, and that will be annoying. So yeah, you could try knight takes, take, and maybe bishop at c5. That's a good option. I feel like trying to harass my queen on either of these squares is just not good. It feels very logical to go bishop at h4. It's a good move, defending some squares. But then you get queen b4. You don't have any pieces in hand, and then c3 starts to fall, or maybe b2 falls, and it's just, yeah, it's not fun to play that with white. So you have to find something else here. Okay, bishop b5 he goes. Yeah, maybe he wants to take, maybe go knight at h5. So let's go knight at, or bishop at h5 ourselves. He castles, okay, and now the position, we have both castled now, the position is a bit stabilized. And I'm happy here with the black pieces, since I'm not that threatened yet on the dark squares, which you usually are in this opening. So I should say the opening has turned out great for me, or decent. Alright, let's see. It's not that white has a bad position, of course not, but could be worse for me. Let's go f6. Because, well, in any case, this is gonna be a problem somewhere along the line. Let's take here and take on e5. Open up the rook. You could try knight takes e4 here, or bishop takes e4. Maybe you should have taken on c3 first, but Yeah, okay, this is also fine, I guess. Knight takes d5, okay. Let's see how to take. I'll take with this pawn. Open up the queen if necessary. And the bishop has now something to look forward to. But I guess I don't want to take this, because then bishop at d4 is annoying. So I'll just leave that be for now. And take the knight. Try to arrest this one. Just try to be aggressive before he can put his pieces on the board, harassing my queen and rook. So for example, bishop at b4. I'll probably just have to give away a piece there on d6. Or just go queen e8. Don't know. Okay, bishop h5 plates. Let's go knight at f4. And knight at f4 is a multi-purpose move. It's attacking h5, so then maybe I can go bishop g6 afterwards. It's also looking at g2, e2. So it's just, it's not concrete, it's only attacking this one, but it's just a very strong square for the knight in general in these kinds of positions. And here we go. We get to trade this one and go bishop at g6 or g4 even. I think g4 is fine as well, maybe better, because it blocks off the retreat to d1. So you basically have to give up your queen somehow, or you have to go queen h4, and a queen trade is just winning for me. Queen h4, trade, take, knight at h3, take, knight at f3, king here, bishop at g2, knight h4. It's a basic matron pattern that we'll probably see if he goes queen h4. And I guess Deadman is realizing that the mate will come if he goes queen h4, and is now trying to figure out something else to play, involving the sacrifice of his queen. Maybe rook d8. Okay, knight at h3, dislodging this knight. And here we go, mate on f3. Yeah, it was tough to get out of that one for that man. Played well in the opening, but just lost track of it in the middle game there. Alright, yeah, Heller again. Let's switch it up again with an early knight e5. Let's go g4 and h4, just be aggressive. h5, I guess. Bishop here, possible. Bishop at d7 is not winning on the spot. So let's just develop. Let's see where to move this bishop. Maybe bishop g5. Probably not good enough. Let's just go bishop e3. And bishop looks a bit vulnerable here to attacks. For example, knight at c4, but knight at c4 fails to bishop at b5. So you could go knight at d5, but then I'll just cover the bishop. Or not. Could also try to figure out something else here. Bishop d4 also looks okay, but alright, we'll cover. Now knight c4 is possible. And I've overextended here, of course, on this side. So let's just go c3 here. If he takes on e3, I'll have to take with the pawn. Ah, he missed. He sacrificed the bishop. Knight at c4 was possible before, but not when I have a bishop in hand, as I explained earlier. I think I'll lure him in trading queens. Could have gone f takes as well and just block off here. Okay, let's see. I think knight at c7. Knight at d6 also looks okay. I should have made here. Knight at c5, yes. He can take this knight, and then I go queen at d7. I'll go queen at d7 anyway. And there will be mates in 2 moves, I guess. Okay. Firehawk again. Let's not berserk this one. Try to not get flagged. Let's see. So far, usual stuff. Let's go bishop d6. Okay, if you castle here, there is some nasty line I remember. Let's see, castle. Yeah, then you take on d7 twice and you go knight at h6, and the queen is then on d7, so you can't take because knight at f6 wins the queen then. I'll quickly explain that. So castle, knight takes d7, knight takes d7, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, knight at h6, and then you take the bishop on f5, and then you take the knight with the pawn on d5, but if I take, then there comes a knight on f6, forking. So I can't castle here. That's important to know in this position. So I'll have to figure out something else. And it's gonna be, I don't know, bishop takes e5, I guess. And knight g4. Yeah, maybe this is yeah, I fell for it once, okay, against I think the finisher or rapid variance. I don't remember. Maybe against both. Could be very possible that I had that against both. Okay, the immediate response should be rook g8, but then queen takes g4 and knight at f6. It's probably good for him, so I'll just give up g7. And take f2 and harass b5 so that we get e4 square for a knight. Yeah, indeed. Okay, probably a lot of players don't know about that trick, and if I don't know if Firehawk does know it, but after once you know that some line is bad, you don't play it anymore. And if you don't know the line is bad and you play it and you don't get punished, well, then you're in the clear. Then you can just keep on playing that. Thinking about a6 here actually. Let me close the window. A6 looks risky. Bishop at b6 though, then just knight at a4 I think. So let's just go for a6. If knight a7 or king b8. You could try to win a pawn here and then go pawn at a7. Looks scary, but as long as he doesn't have a rook, I should be fine. Because for just to show, rook at a8 and knight a7 is mate, or queen at a8 for that matter. Okay, knight here. I'll take, I guess. Yeah, I'll take. And now go king b8, I think. And then I'll take with the bishop on e4 to threaten on g2 some stuff. Yeah, probably. Okay. Going for extra pawns. These squares are weak. So let's go bishop at b6. Look at the e3, but mostly just guard these squares. Oh, I've walked into a mess here. You can take here and then go discover check with e6, winning my queen. But if he takes here and don't take back, then I'm just down a piece, cold. So I think I'll allow this. Maybe just go queen c7, expect, and or king king a7. No, I want the bishops, I guess. Yeah, let's go queen d6. Ah, good move, of course. Let's take and move to a7, I think. Maybe now queen at b8 is made. Probably it is. Queen at b8. Take. Ah no, I have king a8. Maybe not. Probably this is forced mate somehow. But otherwise he could also just go bishop f4 and guard e3. Don't think it's a good idea to try to attack on c5. Yeah, he just plays it safe. And I think that's sensible. I'll go bishop at d6 then, I think. Yeah. Try to lure away this defender from the e3 square. Ooh, queen he takes b7. That's mate for sure. Probably it is. Okay, let's try knight at d2. Maybe he'll take. Probably not. Okay, he does. That's good. Then we have some more time. I think king e1 is just fine there. Okay, knight at c6 is coming. So let's cover against that. This bishop is covering here as well, so looks safe. Rook at a7 is possible, followed by knight at c7, but the bishops are covering nicely. Knight a6 maybe. Knight a6 I take with check. Easy to miss. But rook a8, rook at a8 now, and then knight a6 is possible. Don't know if it's made just yet, but it's possible. And then he can go to c7 with the queen. Yeah, he should go rook at a8. He was banking on knight a6 probably. This is also made, but he has no time. Knight at c3 probably. Take here. Yeah, well played by Farhawk, but just not in time. It was forced mate indeed, rook at a8. Alright, Santiago, BMF. Yeah, he played very well, okay, indeed. You're right. Okay, h3. Let's go h6. Okay, let's go knight a5. I want to trade this one. Now that I have created h6, g6 is a bit weak when there is a bishop in this diagonal, since there's a pin then on the pawn on f7. So therefore knight a5, trying to push this bishop away from the diagonal. And if he goes to b5, I'll probably chase it away. Okay, I'll take and go bishop at e7. Play solid. Knight d5 or knight at d5. Otherwise came. And it will come now anyway. Okay, let's just ignore this idea of knight takes d5 and knight on d5 again, and just go straight for his king. With the same concept as I explained, but now on the dark squares. Take with the bishop. And now you have to be careful for a knight on f4 or a knight on e3. So I'll just trade, he will trade on f6, I guess. But I'll just take a couple of times. And then my king side is a bit in trouble, with the pawns probably being on f6, h6 and f7. But I'll have knight at e3 check, knight at f4, knight at h4 ideas. So it's probably not a good idea to trade those knights, or at least not all of them. Okay, now he's still covered all these squares with these knights. Okay, now I can take here. Now I can take on h6, of course. it's basically a free pawn. But he's probably worried about the consequences on e3 and stuff like that. Okay. He gets rid of the threats first. That's good. Okay, I'll just defend then. Pawn at g7. And this is good. This is well defended by him. Now I try to clear the e4 square for a knight. But he still has f2 covered, so he's not in trouble just yet. But he has to watch out. Let's go f5. I could have gone pawn at f5 as well to attack this knight, but now the queen maybe comes into play later on. For example, the queen is now covering h4. And it didn't matter that much for now, but could have been important. But he did not put up the best defense after that. So he was also on 8 seconds, I guess, when the game finished. Okay, Ishak 37. Let's go knight f6 and d5. Let's go knight e4. Looking at d2 and at f2 as well. I'm tempted to take f2, but I don't know if it's that good. Doesn't feel so strong, so I'll just take on d2 and go bishop at h6. And this is okay since, well, it's covering g7, but and it's attacking the queen, but mainly it's good because he has no pawns. The most natural move to block this would be pawn at e3. If he plays knight at e3, then pawn at f4, probably, followed by pawn at e3 maybe. So it's just annoying. This knight can't move to any of the squares, these squares, so it has to move to c4. And now we'll harass this knight. And for example, if it was my move here, I could take on c4, he takes back, trade queens, bring in knight on e4, bring in a pawn on e3, stuff like that. So already it's tough for him how to deal with this e3 square being weak and his king side not yet developed. Okay, knight a5 played. Then we'll go for pawn at e3. Okay, now he's of course looking at b7. So I'll go pawn at a3. If he takes, I'll have bishop takes c3, forking basically everything. If he takes on b7, I can take on c3 also, I guess. Yeah, and then go queen d5. Okay, queen d5 is still a very valuable option here. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Just activate the queen. Look at a2, look at a5. And now I'm thinking about sacrificing on d4. Yeah, let's go for it. If he takes pawn at f2 or d2, let's go pawn at f2, king d1. Then I can take his knights, since knight at c3 will be checkmate if the king is on d1. And if you take with the queen here, then yeah, that doesn't end well, I think. So king d1, queen takes c4, and then you have to find a defense. But it will be hard to find one. So yeah, he's probably thinking about that. Queen takes c4. And what to do here. Rook takes b2, then knight at c3, and take the queen. And if you cover c3 with, let's say, bishop at a5 or something, then I can just take a2 and harass this rook. Okay, bishop at e1 played. I'll take a2 then. And winning this rook is huge. So the rook probably, if you defend the rook, that's important to note with knight at c3. Then I'll take the rook and go rook at c1. Checkmate. So rook takes b2 is almost forced. Then I'll take the rook, and then I'll have rook at c1. As well as some other threats. And he has a knight and a pawn, so he won't checkmate me. Okay, rook at c1. And take here. Queen at f2, mate. Okay. Nice game. Funny opening there. And you have to be, with white, you have to be precise there. Probably it's better for white, but when you allow bishop at h6, for example, you already saw it would be, it was tough there. Alright, Dachi 2000. A regular in these arenas as well as in the chat. Let's play with bishop d3 this time. Knight e5. The idea of knight e5 is of course to trade some, but also to create the f3 square. Make it available for the pawn to cover these squares. Let's go knight at g5 here. It's not threatening anything just yet. But maybe I can be annoying if he doesn't castle. And if he castles, yeah, then probably not, but e4 seems fine. I've berserked, so I need to pick up a bit of the pace here. Let's play pawn d7 first. Disrupt his king a bit. It's safe on f8, of course, but if we trade a bunch of pawns, then pawn at h6 maybe is annoying. Maybe I'll even go bishop at h6, just to get a grip on the dark squares. Okay, he's really not allowing any pressure on the dark squares. So bishop at g3. I just sacked here. The main idea is to go bishop at h4 and then queen on d8. Bishop at c5 is a good move, preventing that. I think I can go bishop at f4 here. I was looking at knight takes d1 if I take here if he has some kind of mate, but the mate would then be knight at e2, king moves, but the bishop is covering f2 and knight at e2 isn't even possible, so no worries there. And if you take, I take the queen and he takes my knight, for example, then I'll have some mating ideas. But this is good. This is a good move. I missed this. I'll have to block somehow. I guess with bishop f2. The only thing I got going for me is that I have a mating threat with queen at e8. That's basically what I'm banking on here. So that I have time to take this piece or this piece. But bishop takes d4 is such an obvious move. But I guess here before I was just thinking, well, my queen is covering here. Was it better to take his knight than the queen? And maybe just take here, indeed. Was fine as well. Okay, but he moved. Knight takes f2. Missing the mate trap. Yeah, probably before, let's see here. I can just take this one as well, indeed. And then pick up this bishop after he moves his queen and be fine. But okay, I guess this worked out as well. Okay. Fun game, Dachi. Okay, we are past the halfway point. And we have Rekastrov again. Let's go e4. Okay, he plays d5, knight c6. Let's go bishop b5 and knight ge2. Yeah, that was an important. Dachi saying that he missed the mate with the rook. That was an important. How do you call it? Resource in my position, that I had that mate coming. Pawn d7 coming in strong there. Okay, let's trade some pieces. Maybe go knight takes g7. Okay, not now. Knight g3 then. Not allowing bishop g4. I guess I'll take with the bishop. Pawn at f6, I'll just move back. Could have taken on f5 in between as well. Maybe that was good. I'll do it now. And the idea is that if he takes with the pawn, then I can go knight takes g7. And if you take g7, then I have knight at e6. He probably missed that when he played bishop at g6. Okay, so now I can try to be aggressive here. Let's do that. Pawn at g4. Bishop h6, preserve this pawn in hand. And I'm not mating him, as you can see. I'm attacking, but I'm fine if he takes here. Then I can create new chances on the light squares with pawn at g6 after that. If I had a knight in hand, it would be very strong on h6, but I don't have it. Let's see. Yeah, I can go for this. And now bishop at e5. Yes, let's do that. Okay, interesting. And now we switch to the light squares. This knight is doing a very good job, so he did not want to trade it. Seems logical. Okay, let's try a queen switch here. Attack g6 and now switch to h3. If you take, I can take h6. Since there was the pin then with the bishop. Okay, but time trouble coming. Let's go h4. Very tense position this. Okay, I'll take knight at h3 and knight at g5. Ooh, I did not know. He probably expected me to pre-move, which was a good. Okay, now I should have him. Queen at f7. Basic queen and knight coordination there. Let me just quickly rewind. The knight comes on g5, and then you coordinate with the knight. This bishop is here as well, but that's a good pattern to remember, with the knights coming to e6, covering the queen square. Okay. Happy to take Rick Ostrov there. Tense game there in the end. But I liked queen d3, queen h3 idea, with rook at h8. Happy that I found that one. Alright, thanks for the follow, Beer K-Tap, or however you pronounce that. But thanks for the follow anyway. Okay, Firehawk again. Let's see if he wants to go g5. Okay, he wants to go g5. Then we'll go h4. e3, bring the bishop to d3. So I guess bishop f5 should be played now. Yes. Okay, let's take here and take on c6. Because now there's a bit of lack of coordination. These pawns are attacking, but are on strong squares, but they are not really well coordinated. Inviting him to take here with the bishop. Also threatening to take c6. Oh, I missed knight takes g4 probably. Ah yeah, knight takes g4 is very possible indeed. Did not think about that. Probably it's a very good move. Maybe he can take on d4 then. Be annoying. Bishop at h5 and go to take on h6 there. Okay, but he moved. Bishop at f3. Okay, let's go bishop at b3, because I want to run to the queen side if he attacks me here, but I don't want to allow knight at c4 ideas. Okay, so let's see. Bishop takes, knight at f3. He doesn't want to go for that. Okay, knight at b2, b4, aimed at c2 probably. I guess I can take on f7. Yeah, let's do that. I was thinking to go h5 here. I think it's okay. Because the pawn's coming in on the light squares here. If he runs to the king side, the knight, a knight is possible on c5. So yeah, I'm feeling good about this. I maybe have knight at f3. Maybe queen takes c2 is a bit careless here. Let's see, knight at f3. King f1. Okay, I think queen takes c2 is careless. Yeah, and you're right, Ganesh. I should have here before. I probably should have gone pawn here, pawn here, pawn here, knight at f4. Now he's just getting me. He has just enough material. Good job by Firehawk. I was careless taking the knight on c2, thinking that I had mate afterwards, but I just underestimated his attack completely. Goes to show you have to be careful in Crazyhouse. Okay, but we had a very good streak, so happy with that one. And well, Firehawk did deserve some games to win some games before that I took off him. Okay, killer strike. Let's play d5. Okay. Early pawn sack. Knight c6. Okay, now we go pawn at h3. Maybe he can go take a knight g5. I'm not that developed yet, but he chooses to go like this. And now you have to always watch out for pawn at f3 ideas. And mating plans with king back, knight at h3. But okay, I'm underdeveloped here, so maybe he can try to counter. Then you should have gone knight g5, I guess, to try something at e6. Okay, queen d4. Covering g4, so threatening knight h5 mate. As well as threatening to take here. And then a knight at h5 would have been made. Okay, quick win there. Not the most clean opening, but he did not test me there. Let's see who we have playing. Still playing Blitzer. Dachi is also playing still, and we have Firehawk again. Okay, 2-2 so far in this tournament. Okay, let's develop the bishops first now. Then go knight e7. Slightly different setup than the knight f6 lines, where you go knight e4. Here you go knight e7, knight c6, f6. That's a general setup. And that gives black some flexibility. The bishop can jump back, the knight can take on f5 if necessary. Ooh, this is a mistake by me. I think I should have taken on f4 first. Okay, maybe he allowed me back into it now. The idea is that take here, take back, knight takes d5, takes a bishop at e6. So let's take with the queen now. If he takes now, the queen is covering d5. Let's move back to d7. Okay, and that goes to show that you have to be careful in these openings. Okay, let's clear up. Not allow any knight takes f5 tricks, and just be solid. Just cover the weak points in my position. Let's see, knight b5 may be coming, but should I be scared of that? Could just go a6 and see what his plan is with rook c1. I think mainly it's designed to go at c7, so therefore not allowing knight b5 seems like a reasonable choice here. Take with the pawn, of course. Okay, bishop at b8. Bishop at c7 is probably better. Covering b6, because a knight can come on b6. Might be interesting to play like this, knight a4, knight b6. But he does not. Alright, then we'll go b5. Maybe b4. Very, after the few trades in the opening, we've put our pieces back on the board. Very slow progressing game. but that means probably that we are both not finding easy targets in our opponent's positions. Okay, here we have some clarity. Firehawk sacrificing material. Let's take with the knight. Take with the queen, knight takes d5 comes. Okay, now he wins my rook, but rather this than the other line. Okay, he's coming in. I'll ignore this. Try to go aggressive on his king side. Maybe he'll go rook at g3 if he's very safe. Okay, he'll allow the take. And now I'm getting my pieces in. Let's go bishop at h6 first. Cover g7. Okay, cover some more. Very tough this. If he wants to go h4, for example. Somehow I want to trade this rook, but I don't want to give up my position for it. And he probably wants knight at d6 to eliminate some defenders. So knight at d6 now is possible, but if knight at d6 now, I'll take on g2 and go pawn to h3, I think. And sacrifice the queen for attack. And he has no defenders around this king, only this rook. This queen can't join easy since it's blocked, and these pawns are not really doing a very good job defending important squares. Do I want to go there? I think knight g6 first is interesting. Covering the knight, but also threatening to go at g3. He'll cover g3, or f4 I mean. He can cover on g3, and then I'll go queen d7. He needs to block, and if he blocks with the bishop I can sacrifice my queen. So he has to block with the knight, which is awkward, I think. I think I can just put pressure on g4 now. Pawn on f5, pawn on g4. Maybe I'll push back his knight and then go rook at h4 to switch it up. Okay, allowing bishop at f3. Maybe he had no choice, but seems a bit off. He probably needs to sacrifice his queen for this. Let's see if we can go. Yeah, let's go queen here. This looks pretty. It's mate next move. Knights are covering pawn here, so he can only block, and then I mate with 3 pieces. Double queen sack. Bit overdoing it there in the end. Probably it was easier there, but it looked nice. Okay, so 3-2 against Firehawk so far. Comfortable leads, 1.5 hours to go, so hopefully some more nice games to follow. And we have Duchy again. Let's play e4 this time. Okay, this line. I'm giving away this pawn, but there are some issues after bishop e3 with your queen being harassed. It's possible to play this. It's not. I don't know if it's forced losing, but it's very risky. So okay, queen d8 back, but then d5. And now I'm just ahead in the development. Ooh, can you do this? Just asking for queen takes f7. Don't know if it's mate though. Probably not. But just I feel like I need to go for this. Now just cover this, I think. Maybe with the bishop. No, let's just go with the pawn. Knight e4 may come. Oh yeah, pawn at d6 instead of knight at d5 was very possible as well. Don't know. I don't understand Spanish. I think that is Jonatas, so English please. Then I can answer your question. Okay, knight g4. I've spotted something. Knight f7. Okay, he took it very fast. I don't think he should have done that. Okay, now I've won the queen back. That's nice. Let's take on f7. If he takes pawn at f7, probably seems good. Pawn at e6, I mean. Yeah, this should be good. f5. Take. Or h4. h4 seems mating. Isaac Lee, my webcam is a little dark. Yeah, I know. I'm not using that that great of material, and my room is not that well lit. But we'll have to do with this until I probably will buy a better webcam at some stage. But for now, I'm just doing it with my laptop cam. And hopefully what's happening on the board is more interesting than my face. I could check. That's a good suggestion, Isaac Lee. I'll check out if it's something to do with the settings. That's a good thing to research. I did not do that just yet. I'll look after it. I'll look into that. Alright, Sanyok 911. Okay, Queen E2. That's a good response to this. Let's go knight C6. And at some stage you need to trade, but don't feel like it just yet. Now maybe I'll trade. Okay, I'll trade first. Thanks, Isaac Lee. Enjoying it indeed. So that's a win-win. You liking the stream and me enjoying streaming. Okay, let's see what's happened here. I think I'll have to sacrifice this knight. Let's just go rook d8, create some safety on d7, because I feel like if I move the knight, let's say to h5 random square, then he can get strong on the light squares. Not going c6, of course, allowing knight at c7. Okay, now I'll save the knight, knight d5, and take with the rook or the bishop. Either way seems fine. Take with the bishop, I think. Okay, I can take here first, because if he takes my rook, I have knight at h3 mating. I'll still go for knight at h3, I think. If he had taken my rook here, I can play knight at h3. If he moves away, there's this queen g1 smothered mate, and if he takes, I can knight e2, bishop at f3 idea, as we have seen before. Okay, bishop at g2, aimed at these two squares. And basically it's also, if he blocks on g2, I get an extra pawn or piece, but he just missed h1. Alright, so quick win there. And Jaheller again. Let's go e4. Okay, bishop c5. Okay, now I'll sack. Since he played h6, the g6 square is a bit vulnerable. Okay, and he immediately decides to sacrifice the piece back. Let's go bishop e3. Try to trade a piece, or at least make him go away from that diagonal. Have I used keyboard controls? Yes, I did, but not that frequently just yet. Okay, this is a basic theme where you sacrifice your queen for the bishop on g4, and with the king on f7 or e8 you get your bishop back on h5 and you win the piece back. And then you have two pieces for the queen, which is in Crazyhouse it's an even trade. Of course, it's always depending on the position, but in general you could say it's an even trade. Okay, he went rook e8 to cover e6, but then I could take this pawn on h6, and now knight at g5 seems annoying. Okay, he covers against knight at g5. Let's see, knight at g7, I guess. Yes. If he moves here, I have bishop at e8. E6, I should say. Let's play bishop at e6 anyway. Threaten rook f7, mate in 1. And threaten rook at d7. You came, Ganesh is just saying that he came up with the piece evaluation of 1 to 2, 2, 4. That means pawn is 1, pieces and rook, light pieces and the rook are 2, and the queen is 4. I think it's a good general rule of thumb to think about pieces like that. Let's go knight takes e5, because I'll need another pawn. If he moves to g8, I have pawn at f7. Okay, the problem is, if I go rook d7, I'll get mated probably. So let's go knight d2. Threaten mate 1. And also maybe get in knight f3, or at least some sort of safety there. Maybe I can get in pawn at e7. Okay, rook here. I'll take, knight at h3. Take, rook at g2. Should be fine there. Let's go for it. And now you see the knight on h3 covers f3 square, and I don't know if it was that important to go like this, but it was a free move basically, since you had to cover the mate. And now I went for this rook d7 anyway. And now queen at e6 is tough. Knight e8 might be something to consider. Queen at e8, also possible. So he has to figure out what to do here. Probably bishop here. Okay, he goes with the queen. Then we'll go pawn here. I'll have to move quickly. Threatening to take. As well as maybe take on g6 and then knight f5 ideas. And if you take, I promote to knight, and then looks good. It's okay, Yahel trying to figure out what to do here. I only have 15 seconds left, so I have to be very careful. Let's take g6, threaten knight f5 ideas. Knight f5 is not threatened just yet, since then the coverage of e6 is gone. If you take on h6, knight at c4 is a threat though. A huge one actually, it's mate in 3. we should have blocked at g3. That's just a little bit more safe. Let's pre-move this. Just putting a knight on g2, not allowing any checks there. Okay, got him on time. Hey, Petadine, welcome. Yeah, you'll never know, Isaacly. But I think it's the real Ganesh. But yeah, then again, it could be. Do you ever know for sure? Isaacly, that's the question. Let's go b5, b4. Let's not take here, because then he can take back with check. Okay, that's castle. Basically, I want to sacrifice here at some moments. I think I'll only need a pawn now to mate. But the only pawn I can take is on c2, and then the mate won't be there anymore. Okay, he gives me a bishop. That's good enough as well. Okay, Skefto Milos. Have not played him yet this tournament. Strong player. Let's go for this queen e6 line again. It's a bit of a sideline, but the idea is if people go bishop e2, you can go queen g6, and that's supposed to be annoying. Let's just go pawn at g4. If he takes here, I'll take here. And if he moves, I can just take e5. So probably, yeah, probably you have to agree to this, or you have to go sacrifice something and then go d4. Let's see. Let's go knight c6. He can take here and then sacrifice on c6, but should be fine for me. Let's move this pawn, give the bishop some room to go to. And well, maybe if he plays something like, I don't know, pawn d5 and go queen e5. But probably d4 ideas. He's thinking about that. Oh, maybe not now d4. Actually, it feels like I'm fine here. Did I miss something easy there, Gnesh? I don't know. We'll see. Knight d4, I guess. Yeah, let's go knight d4. Threaten c2, threaten the queen. If you take here, I'll just move. And be safe on d8. Pawn at d7, also move. Pawn d7 I'll have to take. Knight takes, bishop takes. Okay, now I can even ignore the queen, I think, and go pawn at h3. And just go for mate. If he doesn't do anything about this, knight f3 is mate in a few moves. If it's my move here. Okay, I'll go here. Maybe queen takes c6 though. It's a bit scary. Queen takes c6. Takes knight at f7. Yeah, okay, I have to take with the knight. Otherwise he promotes with mate. On e7 I'm fine. I have to say I missed queen takes c6 when I played king d8, but looks like I'm fine. I'll take bishop here. I'll have a blocker with the pawn, not losing a queen for nothing. If knight d5 I can just take it. And yeah, well, bishop at c5 and knight d5 are basically the only checks here. And I'm threatening queen at h1, take, pawn at f3, mating ideas. Threaten mate in 1. Let's block this off. Yeah, you can still go for this and get some safety. Okay, he wants rook here. If I go knight e5, he can go knight d5, takes, rook at d7 maybe. So takes, rook at f7, king d6. What does he do then? Knight b5. I don't believe it. I think I'm safe if I just run. Knight b5, king c5, d4, I can take the bishop. And now I can take the knight if he goes pawn at b3, but I can also just run back. And he resigns, realizing this probably isn't mate. Okay. Maybe not as clear cut as it seemed at first, but good enough. Dutchy wants a white game. I had 2 games and I played him with white every time so far. And white is indeed, having white is an advantage in Crazyhouse. Okay, this is some forced line where you go knight takes d1 and then you go knight takes f2. Okay, he doesn't go knight takes f2. Then I'll have to figure out what to do here again. I think just take this one. Go hard at the dark squares. Maybe knight at h5 first and then take this knight back is better, but could not remember. And well, I've berserked, so can't spend a minute on thinking what theory is again, and now just play. Obvious threat is of course queen at e7. Bishop b5, pin, queen at d7 is still on. Feel like going knight at f6. Yeah, let's just go knight at f6, try to force the issue. Queen here, threaten the rook. Probably queen at f8 or queen at g8. And then I can take f6. And now I can take on f8. And be very annoying. Take this one. I feel like there's some forced mate here. Don't see it just yet. Let's just go for continuing the attack then. You have to take with the knight, otherwise you're mated on f8 if you take with the rook. And I'll just take back. And this was something I was thinking about, that I have knight at f6. And just take the rook. Be safe at home, no threats here, and I'm just cashing in on e7, and then there should be mate shortly. Bishop d6. If you take, queen at e5 is mate, since these 2 pieces are blocking the king's retreat. Yeah, that line where you take twice on c3 is basically just bad for black. So try to keep that in mind. I don't know all the forced lines, but that's just you have to play something else there. Okay, Skefto Milos. Queen h4. Being creative. Let's go queen f3. Trade queens. This is I've allowed queen at d4. fell into his trap. And now I want to go knight d5, but that doesn't seem right as well, because queen takes c2. Okay, let's go queen at d5 then. Aimed at e5, and if he trades, then, well, that's fine. Okay, let's move the bishop away, pawn at d4 ideas. And now I'm not threatening anything, but I want to take queens and then go knight d5. Okay, good move, bishop at b6. Yeah, good trick there in the opening by Skeftomilos. I missed that one. And now I'm just basically... Well, probably I have some practical chances, but basically I'm lost. And you can expect Skeftomilos to finish this, at least. I think he should be able to finish this. For example, trade with the bishop again, or just pawn at f4 seems also strong. Okay, he's found a forcing way. Could take on b6 first, but then knight at g4. So I'll have to take the queen. Let's go to e1. Don't know if sacrificing the queen was necessary there, but he went for it. And now he has all kinds of ideas. So I guess it's not easy for me at all. Okay, let's sack. And let's just hope that he doesn't find a mate, and then I'll have some counterattack, maybe. The only thing I got going for me is that he doesn't have a knight in hand. So if I move to c2, I should be safe. If he can go knight e3. So he'll try bishop at g5, I presume. Then I have to block on e3, and then he can take. Then I'll move. Okay, but this is good. He's finding the way. If I let him take this one with check, it's over. So therefore king c3. And hopefully b3. Don't know. Trying to put up a tenacious defense, but he's for now he's just crushing. I think you can go pawn at b4, pawn at a4, bishop d7. Ideas like that should be enough. Because if the pawn on b4, I can never take that, because then queen c5 and bishop at c2 mate me. Okay, but he's just scared. And goes back. Okay. Let's go queen at h5 then. If you didn't find the mates before, maybe you won't find it at all. We'll see. I've used my last blocker now. That's maybe not very strong. Queen c5 wins. Or still the pawn at b4 ID wins as well. Yeah, he finds it. Good job. Okay, fire rock again. Let's go a6. Straight. Let's not go down the lines I went last game. And rook c8. Thanks for the follow, Isaac Lee. Appreciate it. Knight h5. Maybe bishop takes e7 and knight takes d5 is strong. Okay, bishop takes e7. I was banking knight takes d3 to work. But in the worst case scenario, you can just take back on g3 with the bishop after that. So okay, knight h5 might not be good. Yeah, you're right. Skeftomidos is indeed a very strong player, strong opponent. Okay, queen a4. Let's block on c6 then. Because now the rook is not that threatening anymore. Queen a4, I don't like that move for white. I think he should have just gone for this idea. Because now also bishop takes d3 is a bit annoying for white to figure out. But maybe he has something concrete in mind. Could be very possible. Okay, let's just take this one. Knight takes c6, I'll just take back, and bishop at d7. If necessary, and if he takes here. He takes on b7, alright, of course. Forgot about that. But queen d7 is possible, I think. Seems fine. Now he's planning knight at c5, I think. So maybe bishop at b4 to stop that. Not bishop b4, because then knight at c5 is still valid. But he is playing very well still. I'm not out of the woods yet. Rook b8, queen takes e6, a6. So let's just go bishop e7. Maybe get time to castle. And now I'm down material, but I feel somewhat safe now with these bishops being good on the king side. I think f6. I just dropped c6. Wow, that's careless. I had to go knight e5, I guess. But maybe he'll call. Maybe I'll have something. Rook takes, bishop takes d3 maybe, and then pawn at b5. Ah no, queen c2 back. Okay. Okay, bishop d6 then. Let's take our loss and try to make the best out of this. I want to trade the bishop, and bishop at b5 is the obvious idea. But he'll probably take on d6 in some manner. Probably knight takes d6 is fine. Okay, good idea as well. Trading queens. Ah yeah, this was also an idea. Put pawn at e2, pointed out by OK before. Now it doesn't seem that strong. So just going for the material here. Okay, he saves his knight by trading. Okay, let's just put pieces on the board and see where we go from there. Queen b6 seems fine. Okay, he has two queens, but he has only two queens, so they're scary, but they're not that scary yet. Maybe knight takes d5 is an option. Okay, he'll trade rooks. I guess I'll trade rooks. I'll need to create something. Somehow. Let's take with the bishop. I have to remember that this is just a pawn. That's annoying. Let's go knight at d2. He has mate if I allow the sacrifice there. So I'll have to take, I think. Now pawn at h2 is a threat. Guess. I'll need one more pawn. If I take here, I'll go queen takes g5, I think. Then I can go pawn at h2. I think he missed this. Practically forcing, if he take with the piece, then rook at h2, so forcing take with the king. And now I'm trying to force the queen to f4 somehow. Knight d2. Then I can take the queen with check. Oh, it's a pawn. Well, I just said I should not forget that, but I did anyway. Okay, but I still have reserved some pieces. There we go. Okay, happy to take that one. Was under a lot of pressure on the queen side there, but he probably, yeah, he definitely missed the pawn at h2 mating. Thanks, Petadine. Very, yeah, happy with this one. Fun games against Firehawk this tournament. Yeah, pawn at h6 was nothing. He was banking on queen takes g5 to work. And then some knight checks, but it took too much time. Okay, Requiem set H. Let's go d5. Okay, take this knight. Okay, e5 then as well. I don't know. Isaac Lee asking if huge biceps, number 3 guy, does indeed have huge biceps. Probably he has. Don't know why you would figure out to call yourself like that when you don't have them, but well. Okay, let's sacrifice the piece back for 2 pawns. Okay. This leads to knight d7, right? He's checking me, but I'm blocking with a counter check. Basically winning here. If you take king h8, queen at h7. And if you don't take king h7, take the rook and then rook at h7. Okay, so Firehawk did had a good streak there, but I ended it and still a lot of points behind me. What's the temperature here? It's been better last few days. It's about 25, 28 now. Tonight it's a bit lower. I think it's going to run down to 16, 17, I think. Ah, yeah. Blunderman saying that he He's called Blunderman, but he never blunders, so maybe Huge Biceps doesn't have any biceps at all. Or I just see that I forgot to put in my charger, so I'll have to quickly run downstairs and get my charger. I'll be right back. Alright, there we go. Gorilla happy as he has me stumped, yeah. He probably thought bishop e4. Surprised me. Just needed to get my charger there. Let's take with the pawn. Could take on f4 here. This I don't like actually for him. Now the f6 square is a bit weak. Okay, let's go knight to g4, aiming at f6 immediately, but also covering e3, which could be useful. He can take twice on g3 if he wants to. Maybe I'll just take with the h-pawn actually. Okay, d4 plate. Take. Yeah, I'll take. Block with the pawn. Knight takes, take with the bishop, and then still everything is covered. I think knight takes was better, and then bishop takes c3 ideas. I'll even now I'll leave the queen and not giving any counter chances. He was going to go bishop at d4, and then I didn't have a good blocker left, and probably still fine for me, but I like this better. Have to watch out for knight e2 ideas though. So maybe I'm overextending here. Probably I am. If he takes, I have to go knight f6, I think. Or knight h6. Knight h6 is better. This knight is covering two knight squares. And this knight is only covering f6. Okay, mate in 1. Don't know about this. But we'll see. I have some crazy rook rook here ideas. I'll have to go. I have to try to remove this knight. It's the only way, and then maybe I can take here and survive. Yeah, he did promote to a rook to show his dominance, I guess. Knight here, take. Some knight at f2 ideas. Rook at e1. Lots of mates, probably. Good move, rook at e1. Mating on the spot. Probably taking the rook is more challenging, but knight at e2. Ooh, wow. Don't know what he's doing there. He still's winning by a long shot, but okay. I did not deserve to win that game, but did in the end. Okay, blunderman. He who never blunders. As he said. Last game, if you did, that's one of those games where you cannot believe that I won that. At least I cannot believe. Okay. Looking at c2 and at the knight, so basically he has to sacrifice. But he can do some double sacrifice here. With then a pawn at g7. Maybe it's not a blunderman. Blunderman saying in the chat that it looks like a blunder. But he probably has a brilliant idea with it. Let's sack. Not necessary. But yeah, went for it anyway. Because I have knight at h4 ideas, knight at f4 ideas. Maybe pawn at d2 later on. Take c2. Just strong light pieces. This might not be the best move though. Okay. Yeah, I believe you, Blunderman. He's stating in the chat that he did not stream snipe this, yeah, but I'm sure. It was basically the one of the only ideas left, I think. Okay, let's just try to get safe. Just pushing it a bit too much there with the queen sacrifice on g5 was not necessary. And if you're called Jan Li, then you can sacrifice your queen and you win always, but not in my case. Strong move, pawn d6. Let's see if we have something here. Probably not. You can just take here and walk away. Or you can just try to checkmate me. Queen at d7, take. That one will do the job, I think. Then I have to take, and then you can go like this. Yeah, he finds it. Or like this, also possible. Or here. Good game, Blunderman. Well done. Well executed. After I gave up my queen a bit too easy there. But you deserve that. Alright. Trying to bounce back quickly here against Stefan's dam. Ooh. This is looking nasty. E3. trying to remove the defender here. Let's just go here. Harass e3. Okay. Quick win there. And Heller again. Yeah, previous game you really have to watch out for f2 if you and in that kind of types of position. Let's go g4. Take on f6 because there was some issue with the g4 pawn maybe. Knight at c5 and h5 now. He's sacrificing it and then going at d4. Oh, I thought he would take d4 there. But this is just okay for me, I think. Let's take on b7. Open this up. Let's go rook d1 first. Where do you want to go? I want to go pawn at d3 maybe. High real pawn. Can he do this? I'll take. This feels wrong for black. Knight at c8. Promote to knight and then queen at d7. Win the rook. And mate with the knight on g8, covering the escape square as well. Thanks, real pawn. Yeah, it's always nice indeed to mate with a knight on the other person's back rank. Alright, Blitzer 88. Let's go e4 this one. Let's play this this line where you go queen h5 covers the mate, queen f3, queen b3. Okay, but now I'll sacrifice and just go knight f3. And you should not worry about knight g5 because you can run to d8, e8 and d8. So knight g5 is not really a threat. But then again, bishop at h5 probably doesn't hurt. It's a good move. Not that much. An entire sleep is asking what does bishop takes f7 do. It doesn't do that much just yet. It's more of a long-term idea. Where you're hoping for compensation later on. But so far this hasn't been a success. Threatening mates. So let's go pawn at f7. Think he can just go king d8, but okay, he decides to trade, which is fine, of course. Let's develop something. Maybe he has something like this in mind, and pawn at d2, but the bishop is still covering back. Knight d4 though, threatens mate. Okay, bishop at d1, defending c2, and the mate on e2. Because if I've castled here, then knight h3 wins at least the bishop. If I take knight f3, take the bishop here. Yeah, it's not looking good. Taking on e2, allowing knight takes e2. Okay, now I'll have to try this and hope for the best. If you go knight takes e3, knight at g5 seems mate. Yeah, it is. With take, and then you get h4 in. So knight at g5 has to be defended, but you can go bishop at d2 maybe, and queen at h6 ideas. But proud now, that doesn't look good for black. Forget that. Also threatening queen at c4 maybe, and queen at h5 to just be safe. So a lot of annoying queen checks here. And of course knight at g5, just. Okay, he goes bishop at d2, I'll take. Okay, he's getting safe. Probably a wise decision. Wow, okay. If I take the queen, he'll take e4 and mate me. Let me prove that. Knight at d2 wins, I think. This I don't know. Knight f3 first. Okay, this is good. At least some sort of chance to stay alive. Okay, fool's chance here to stay alive. I've got him just in time. Yeah, he messed up here. On the king side, he should have had me there. I'm certain, but I'm lucking out. Yeah, thanks, real pawn. Had some lucky escapes this tournament. Yeah, lucky indeed. Okay, you're right. But luck favors the brave or something like that. Right, Skefto Milos. Let's switch it up. Previous game I took on d5. Okay, and here you give away 2 pawns. But the idea is that you get activity from sacrificing the pawns. Let's go knight c6. And yeah, I want to go queen d5. Preserve my pawn structure on the queen side, not giving him any points to attack. Ah, yeah, probably knight takes e2 indeed. You check with the computer, then it should be right. Yeah, but I felt like it was the blunder. Let's go pawn at try to get pawn at g2 in. Disturb his castling rights. Knight c3, then bishop b4. And if pawn d3, then queen somewhere. Don't know where yet. Now you have to watch out for any queen sacrifice and knight at g2. Yeah, let's go for it. Knight at e2, king here. Knight e3, winning the queen. I did not even have mate later on. Wow, okay. Okay, let's move the queen back to a good square. Let's go to h5. Seems like a safe square. Can only be hit by a knight there, and he doesn't have a knight in hand. I feel like pawn at e3 is something. Okay, let's just go knight at g2 and queen takes h3. Knight e3 is just strong. Okay, pawn at e3 now. If you take, pawn at f2, knight g4, and bishop at f2 comes in. Ah, yeah, okay, saying in the chat that my opponent missed mate after I played h3 last game. Yeah, probably he did. Crazy game where my opponent could just not find the right moves. Okay, pawn at d7. Let's just take with the knight. Okay, he's going knight e4 to defend f2. Now I'll bring my knight back, threaten mate here, which you need to defend. But let's say you play bishop at f1, I could just go pawn at g2. And yeah, well, this is really tough and probably forced mate. Take here, take again, pawn g2 ideas. Alright, 8 more minutes, so probably 1 or 2 more games. Firehawk, okay, let's go a3, not allow bishop b4. It's annoying with these weakened dark squares. And he will try to use them, of course. He can even go bishop a5, bishop b6, a5 if he wants to. But probably a bit too slow. Bishop b6, then bishop d2. Or I just move to f1. Also very possible. Okay, he's coming for f2. Let's go knight g5. Pawn d3, just move back somewhere. Okay, let's try to open up the queen side. Yeah, a4, a5. Knight takes b4, a5, bishop c5. And I'll just run it to h2. I think you should try pawn at f4 sooner. Maybe it's still reasonable. Let's take with the queen. Yeah, if he takes here. Queen takes a6, looks good. Ideas, if you take bishop takes a6, you have to block, otherwise you're mated. Bishop takes b7, and then a knight comes at a6 mating. So he has to try to defend that. He could try bishop at e3, king f1, but he has no knight, so knight at d2 is not possible to mate me, or at least create counter chances there. Alright, real pawn, see you later. So yeah, what to do here with black? Probably bishop block somehow. Yeah, bishop at b6 he finds. But I'll take it. If you take the queen, pawn at b7 is good. and not b7, because then king b8 and there's no entry square. Pawn at b7. If you go king b8, I can take here and go knight at c8 ideas. At least that was what I was banking on. You have to take if you go king b8, pawn at a7. So now I get a rook. But maybe it's just not enough yet. And he managed to find a way to defend this. Okay. Not as strong as I expected it to be. Looking for some crazy moves here. Okay, looks like I'm not mating him in any way here. So then I'll just have to defend. But how? That's the question. Yeah, pawn here is made, I believe. Yeah, it's pawn here, queen sack is made in a few moves. So I'll need a defense against that. Okay, let's go rook f1. Whoa, rook f1 is bad. Well, queen at e3, easy. He'll spot that, yeah. Yeah, I thought I had mate here, but I did not. And then you're just losing on the other side of the board. That's what happens in Crazyhouse. Okay, good games. Yeah, king g1 or something like that, Petadine. But I think I was lost in all variations there. Good game, Firehawk, and good games overall indeed. Okay, 151 points. Happy to take the monthly arena here. Yeah, next stream, don't know, probably Thursday or Friday I will be back again. But for now I'll leave it at this. It's almost 1 o'clock in the Netherlands, so time to get some sleep. And I'll hope to see you next time. Thanks for watching, guys, and if you want to stay up to date, please drop a follow. See you guys. Have a good one.